Uh, Microphone on would help. Hello, hello. It is late. It is like 1:45 in the morning here, but even though we stayed up to watch the Game Awards, I think we're gonna do some side questing and possibly MSQing and see where we get, because I've only got so much time off. I don't think we have too much in the way of updates either, aside from the fact that, like, if I sound like I'm slurring, I apologize in advance. I bit my tongue before we went live yesterday, and it seems like it's gonna get worse instead of better. I was like, no problem. We'll just brute force through it. It'll be fine. If it hurts, it hurts. Just talk normal. And I went back and listened to some of the stream from yesterday, and I do sound a little bit like Sylvester the cat. So you're like, why is he suddenly like succotash? That's why. Alright, let's see what we got hanging around here. Hope all y'all are doing good out there today. As usual, if you find that you can't talk and you would really like to say more than emotes, you can pop into the Discord that's linked below this and let me know, and I will tag you. But I think we're actually gonna run out of VIP slots like now, like today, like soon. So I may need to rethink my approach for tomorrow. Either that or just like lazily purge everybody and start over, get all the people who didn't come back out of there. Oh man, we're in emote only mode to prevent accidental run by spoilers. That's what we're doing. Oh, hello GE emote. Did not expect to see you here. I'm actually really excited for all the stuff Gamerscape's doing right now, because I know the skin that we use has been giving us trouble for a long time, and I think there have been a lot of people who have said things to me along the lines of like, I really like GE in theory, but it's a little too slow to be useful to me at all. And the skin has been buggy for years. So it fills me with joy. So far, Rocco, you haven't missed anything other than me explaining that I bit my tongue, and if I sound weird, that's why. Dude, I freaking love that this is the island of misfit mobs when it comes to the Rhymedale Codex. Like, anything that didn't quite fit in where it should ever is just like, oh, Ancients made it, don't worry about it. Even the friggin' Paisa. Wait a minute. We are one step closer to Canon Space Paisa! Did you guys watch the Game Awards too? What did you see that you liked? I'm a secret horror nerd. Horror is my true love. I play fantasy because a lot of horror is really bad. But I saw that Kiichiro Toyama's got a new game coming, which makes me very happy. He created the first Silent Hill game. He created Forbidden Siren, which is one of like the weirdest and most difficult horror games of all time. He did Gravity Rush. He's just an accidental prodigy. He sets out to like be creative and make money, and then he accidentally like sets new standards and out horrors the horror people. So I'm always cheering on Toyama-san. Excited that his studio's putting something out. Plague Tale 2, yeah. I bought Plague Tale on a whim, because it looked horror adjacent. And it had horror wallpaper, like it was macabre, but it was mostly, I would say, a puzzle game, like a really dark puzzle game. But I had a really good time playing that puzzle game. That was a fucked up game. So yeah, Plague Tale 2 sounds fun. And I know Fusion's gonna be way more excited for it than me, but Alan Wake 2 is big news in the horror world. I didn't hate Alan Wake, but like it wasn't quite my vibe. I did like it though. Like I liked playing it. I have it. I've played it a couple times. Updates on Hellblade? Yes, there was an update on Hellblade. They showed some what they claimed was like in-game footage, like an actual scene from the game that they were playing. And I don't know if it like that's what it's going to look like in the game, or like if that was just kind of like the goal of what it's going to look like in the game or what, but like it looks really good. Musakine and I did Hellblade 1, and we were very pleasantly surprised with how good it was. That's like one of my like top 10 gaming experiences ever. Like grading by that word experience. Like it was just like playing it yourself and going through the game, I think is the way to do it, especially if you have headphones on. But it was a journey, and I don't think anybody that I've recommended it to has come back and say they regret playing it. Hellblade is like about like ancient civilizations in Britain, like the Picts, and it's the invasion of the Norse in the first one. And the girl that you're playing as has psychosis, but you know there's no mental health care back then, so they don't know that. And you're playing as this girl with psychosis trying to deal with the death of her lover after he gets murdered in the invasion. And it's all like folklore and horror, and it's so good. Like you play the game and you spend the entire game hearing the voices in your head, and the team actually consulted with people who experience psychosis and tried to be like as respectful and accurate as they possibly could with it, and donated money to mental health stuff, and it was just really good game. And despite the lead not having like much experience in the way of acting, like she crushed it. She did amazing. Like she won awards for it. So yeah, if you're into horror games at all, Hellblade. Oh yeah, back on Scholar, probably want my fairy, my chocobo. It is a very short game. I think we beat it in less than 10 hours. But it was... I got more out of that 10 hours than I have in 25 to 50 of games that I liked less, let me tell you. Oh, I went back to town, so I fixed my glam so that people wouldn't see me in my ancient garb. And I forgot to put it on before coming back here. Hello, Aqua. Aqua, you and I have kind of different tastes outside of Final Fantasy. What was your favorite thing about the Game Awards? Metroid? Yeah. Doing MSQ stuff? Yeah, I'm doing maybe. I'm gonna do side quest stuff first. You didn't watch? Okay. I got a little excited for a minute because Guillermo del Toro did his Fuck Konami thing, and was just like, oh, it reminds me a little bit of Silent Hill. Someone should make another one of those. And I was kind of like 90% sure he was just trolling, but there was like, as always, that little bit of hope in the background that maybe someone told him to do that. One day. It's the right time for a new Silent Hill, but I don't believe virtually any of the rumors coming out about it. I think there is one in development, though. Yamaoka-san said something that kind of piqued my interest. Though I am a little worried about Bloober's involvement. Bloober makes pretty good games. They haven't done one with combat yet, but it's not like any of the combat in Silent Hill was ever groundbreaking, right? But Bloober has a history of... I don't know if you've ever seen that meme of them holding up the DSM like, is this a monster manual? But Bloober is super guilty of that. Not nuanced at all. Like, I'm rooting for him. I just mean, like, when I look at Blair Witch in the medium, I have some concerns about them doing a game that's based primarily in mental health struggle. After 2, anyway. Hello, bye. Oh, hello, Kobe. I'm gonna say again, if anybody feels like, hey, why am I locked to emotes only? And they really want to chat, you should drop by the Discord campfire and just say like, hey, my Twitch name is blah blah blah. I'd like to chat. Though again, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna run out of VIP slots like almost immediately, so we'll rethink our approach. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, I was supposed to use the etheric rope on these things again. Damn it. Just auto-killing, as always. I am having a really good time going through the MSQ. They're doing like a fantastic job subverting expectations, surprising me, and addressing the concerns I would have had if they went with some of the other theories that I saw and disliked. They've been doing good at that for a while. I think like the best example is from Shadowbringers, where I had concerns about a lot of the theories of the time and space travel to the first, because like the Crystal Tower alone shouldn't be able to do that, and a lot of people were creating theories that were like, yeah, well, the Crystal Tower can open the void, so if it can open a way to the void, it can open a way to the first, which is kind of apples to oranges in the deep lore. And then they ended up like creating this very overpowered combination of Alexander, Omega, and the Emperor's Chair, and I was like, well, there you go, you surprised me and subverted my expectations. And didn't like run afoul of this stuff that I thought was concerning. And so far, the story's been doing the same thing, but going in like a radically unexpected dimension or direction. Can always trust Ishikawa's gonna take the rule of cool risks to be bold. And we're doing something in that vein right now. Because we were warned that we can't change the past, and then sent back to the past. And I hate time shenanigans 98% of the time. So of course the first thing that comes up for me is if you're gonna see the past and can interact with the past, but can't change the past, couldn't this have been an echo? So I think we're probably going to accidentally affect something. And I'm hoping that if we do, we create kind of a similar Alexander situation. Because just like do whatever you want and blame the rift only works once. I will let them play that card once for Shadowbringer. The thing that I think would be hilarious, though, is if it does go in that direction, if it touched back on 1.0's frickin' the first echo we ever saw in 1.0. Because the first echo you ever saw in 1.0, you actually brought an item out of the past into the present. And they never explained how or why that was. And the one time I asked about it, Oda-san was like, don't even talk to me about that. Like, I don't think he knew at this time. I think it was like Kenichi Iwao stuff before him, and he just didn't want to risk saying anything that would like hamstring him later. Which I respect that. But if I could somehow use that or use this to make an excuse for that, I think that would be hilarious. Intended all along, world's longest foreshadow, day one to last day. So yeah, I'm really hoping it hits a sweet spot between this could have been an echo and this breaks all the rules. As long as we can find a spot between there, I'll be happy. Didn't think that thing would really kill me. After what happened with Garlemald, I absolutely believe that they're reading a lot of the stuff that we say and attempting not to do it if it's something we all expect. Yoshida confirmed that's why Garlemald was destroyed before we got there. Because everyone was just so sure we were going to go there, and it was just going to be like another city. And we'd do the Ishgard thing over again. And he just decided, nah. Which I think is hilarious. We destroyed Garlemald, whoops. Yep, our speculation blew up Garlemald. In the end, I think like the unstoppable combination is letting Ishikawa do what she wants, but also making sure Banryota gets to sit down in meetings and be like, okay, how are we gonna make this work? Because when they work together, they're just unstoppable. Like they turn they turn the elemental wheel upside down in Shadowbringers to make a light calamity possible, and it actually like made sense. Like, they got it together mostly, and the new elemental wheel lore kind of fixed some of my earlier gripes with it, incidentally. So happy accidents. But yeah, Oda-san is just like so extremely dedicated to the internal consistency of this world most of the time. The stuff he comes up with is just amazing. It's one of the reasons I like to call out like retcons when I see them, because I don't think most people are going to notice them. Like I'm not trying to criticize, but I think like they deserve to get credit for how much work and detail manipulation they've put into this. Even though sometimes when I can see the stitching, I'm like, boo, I love it, boo. Hello, strategist. Hey, Evil. I'm also gonna keep saying this today because it's like it's on my mind a lot after listening to yesterday's video. If I sound weird today compared to like 2 days ago, I bit my tongue before the stream yesterday. Now I'm like kind of slurring a little bit, like Rockle, you sound fine. Rockle, I have anxiety. I will say, like, being someone who played 1.0, like, I remember back in the day when the Allagons were credited with being, like, masters of selective breeding. Like, they selectively bred toads because they understood a little bit about genetics, and everybody was like, wow, they were so advanced. And now we're here with the ancients, who are just, like, musing about how to make chimeras by willing them into existence, and the Allagons were spacefarers, and man, nothing is the same. It's just a whole new world. Back in my day, Outlog was just Rome. They left behind roads and coins and genetically selectively bred toads, robes and snails. And they worshipped the 12, including Menfina, keeper of the twin moons, even though they had not yet invented the second moon. I think one of my favorite Koji excuses was I asked him about that, like, just shit posting, not even expecting a serious answer, just like, hey, you know, like in the beginning of the third astral era, the Allagons worship the 12, and they made these runestones, and it has both of the moons on them. Why is Dalamud on this ancient runestone? He's like, that's actually just the one moon, and its reflection on Silvertear Lake. Yeah, write that down. Though I thought for sure he would have gotten the Lambs of Dalamud in here somewhere. A little sad I haven't seen them yet. Or explanations for why the Ascians aren't shadowless. Yeah, that one time we took something out of an Echo Vision and no one ever explained it. It was especially weird because, like, in the rest of 1.0, it was explained. That's how the Echo works. You cannot change the past. You can't do anything to it. You're just living in a memory that was triggered by someone else's powerful emotions. So, like, even in the day, that one thing we took out of an Echo at the very, very beginning was an anomaly no one ever answered for. I do miss my path companion. I, in my head, pretend that she died in Futures Perfect. Or at least the Calamity shortly after Futures Perfect. But unfortunately, she never got to see the liberation of her homeland. What was the 1.0 Ulda item we took out? Oh, Flamine's flower. Good night, Aqua. Yeah, in the 3 quests, there was a balloon fish that we got from the sea serpent, a treant vine that we had from the Green Wrath incident, and Flamine's flower. Yeah, the important one. Usually Luminsa's the one that gets the important stuff. You had the best. Ulda had the best anachronistic lore-breaking item. Oh, we have, how do I pronounce that? Dino? We have no idea how it happened, Dino. My theory was just, yeah, it was spontaneously manifested somehow. Like, we spontaneously manifested it with ether somehow, which I hate to say, vibes really well with creation magics, I guess. If you had like a really good concept of the thing you were holding in your mind by accident through a dream. Dino? Cool, thank you. Yeah, when we get to the end, I'll see if I can come up with a good excuse for it, like just in retrospect, but I can't, even when we can make solid inferences, I don't feel comfortable choosing for Square Enix which one is the true one. So, on to the endless list of things that can be asked in interviews if they ever grant us the pleasure of one of those again. There's a whole bunch of stuff to mess with our Echo understanding. Hermes has a familiar whose like power is feeling emotional ether and communicating through that, and like she basically just describes the power to transcend words in the Echo. which is ominous in a, like, not entirely threatening way, but in a where the lore is headed kind of way. Get up there. I'm just not looking in the right place there. Let's see. Go around the rim. How good is my Greek knowledge? Not great. The extent of my Greek knowledge was theorizing that they were, because of Hades, going to turn La Habrea and Elidibus into Zeus and Poseidon and like preserve the trio in its own way. I thought that would have been cool. I looked up a bunch just to see who I thought would be cool as what, but like there's so many things to choose from. You can guess and you're not going to be right. I really liked the idea of a Zem for Hermes, because the first day you were in a Realm Reborn, they gave you Hermes shoes, and I was like, yeah, we could pretend that was the hint all along, yeah. But I guess I just stole Fan Daniel's shoes on my first day here. How's that for foreshadowing? As I understand it, the Blessing of Light and the Echo, like as I understand it right now, those are distinct but related things. Yay, MSQ time. Go, go, go. I mean, when you think of anything from Greek mythology to be a Zem, or the Warrior of Light, or the main character, I think it's obvious that Heracles is the first thing that comes to mind, but it's a little on the nose. So, we'll see who becomes what by the end. My star twin, who wants to share all emotions and goals and thoughts. She reminds me of, the telekinetic twins in Escape to Witch Mountain. That's why I keep calling her my star twin, because she's just like, I like you, I want to be your friend, share with me every thought in your head. Wonder how long till we get them chairs. Oh, I want these flower pots though. Let me dye this. Give me that and let me dye it. I want that. Give me that. Also, yes, we're playing this late because I only have so much time off left, but we started streaming at like 1 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday, and if y'all have like lives and responsibilities, the VOD will be there. You should self-care. Secure your mask before helping anyone else. Oh yeah, I guess we can. We're right next to the Aether, right? I guess we can waste a couple gil. Hey, where's my clothes? Oh yeah, I got a new shirt. It was this one. Recommended gear. Update. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we can do the MSQ as intended. Australia. Did you move to the Oceanic servers the first chance you got? Do we have Oceanic servers? Like, are they live yet? Not out yet? Okay. We'll be moving? Yeah, I try to be considerate. Yeah. I have a little tent in my yard that I can just like sit in like a wise man. Do I know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Yes. Arcane entities should be soulless aether split off of something else. Unless they're soulkin, in which case they don't need to be split off of something else. Just like, psh. All right, retcons, hit me. Oh, oh, excellent. Mm. He's like throwing Emmett Selk under the bus a little there. Yeah, don't you love when they double up on words like that? Blessing, creation. There's only 500 cool words. Sprites. Be the Numa. Wait, what? Like, hit the destination? Cool. glorious controller ground targeting. One of the few things that is not more comfortable on a gamepad. Alright, on to area number 2, perhaps. This story is so damn big when it comes to like the campfire Q&As of trying to answer questions by digging up all the mentions of something. This is gonna be a lot. I can feel it. Not gonna be an easy task. Yeah, we were jokingly referring to this as Dark Tulia because of the floating island above Garlemald on the map that I guess isn't coming up right now. Or was it one of the things that we've seen so far? Yes, you can have an ancient robe for science. You just have to get there in the MSQ. You could even dye it wine red. Or gray, whichever one you're doing this year. Gooboos, they invented gooboos. Oh, that's just because this is because Ishikawa-san loves gooboos, isn't it? Obviously, they were created by the gods. I didn't see anyone theorize most of the stuff that's happened. I thought this place was ancient, but I thought it would be leftover ancient. Like, I've been stirring the pot on that for a while. In the concept art for this place, you can see the telltale ancient squigglies coming up in the background. And it was like, could it be? But we all kind of joked around that this was Zeal or Zarakish or Dark Tulia. Its true identity. No, I didn't see anyone speculate that.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Amazing, isn't it, Kubu? This is
So,
definitely Ishikawa
how are we
style.
coming along?
Yes! Fresh anxiety flower, gimme!
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis
awesome.
flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Etheric.
Oop.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
I'm so curious to see what he would say. Let's see. Sure, I don't see why not. Yeah, none of these feel more Moose. I'm too interested to see what MSQ would say to that. Kick him in the emotional shin, Moose.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You'd do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Many comments about a scene that was, I mean, primarily a PowerPoint. First, sorry for the dialogue skip. I get a little worried when I haven't hit the buttons in a while, and I hit the wrong button. I don't want to get logged out. Where to start? First off, Elpis merch. I think if SE made like a fiber optic plant with LEDs in it that you could like make any color you want to and sold it as Elpis merch, they would make like a shitload of money, like gillionaires. I think it's really funny that they're calling this energy Dynamis just because I played 11. So Dynamis was like this end game place. It was like an alternate dimension you went. It was like a dark dimension. And you would like fight through really difficult things in the dark dimension. Yeah, like a room lamp. It's like a colored room lamp. I think it would make the most money if it was just like fiber optic flowers that made the same LED glows as like the kind of stuff that you have on the floor that like goes up the wall and looks really good as like a stream room backdrop. Like they could make a lot of money with that. If you have an Etsy shop and Square Enix doesn't take this idea, you could make a lot of money with that. Probably. The 68.3% was very, very specific, and I see Evil brought it up in chat, so I'm thinking I'm right probably, and if I'm remembering correctly, that's the number associated with the amount of what we call dark matter or dark energy. I think energy in the observable universe. So like we know dark energy is there. Thank you, Evil. Yeah, it's dark energy. So we know dark energy is there, but we don't know what it is. Oh, no is a strong word. We can infer dark energy is there, but we don't know what it is. So, yeah, a lot of the stuff in this game, it has it's magic with vague scientific underpinnings, so I think that's a pretty cool way to keep doing that, especially because the elemental wheel is usually kind of associated with the corporeal realm and the planet as we know it most of the time. So to make it this celestial thing is pretty cool. And as always, I'm kind of altering all my flowcharts in my head. Most of my theories about Fandaniel went out the window when it didn't look like he was guaranteed to be tempered. Because if he doesn't accept himself as Fandaniel, then I don't think he can be tempered. In my current understanding of things, my current theory of things based on Gaia. Gaia, when she accepted the identity of Gaia, became Logriff. And when she accepted the identity of herself as Gaia, she didn't. So I'm curious if that's what's going on with Fandaniel, is it's that disconnect between Hermes and Amon. And I think if he saw himself more as Amon, he could protect himself from the tempering, which means he could be doing pretty much anything. He seemed to be kind of loyal to the Emperor's ideals in the end. But I've had like 3 or 4 sub things on my flowchart for him. And one was that, like, this isn't Fandaniel going sideways now. Fandaniel went sideways 12,000 years ago. He went super rogue at the time. And this is all his fault. And now we get to unravel it all. And I'm thinking about that as I'm watching the cutscene and him talking about Meteon. And, like, wouldn't it be so fucked up if this went, like, full Metal Alchemist and he daughter dogged her into the sound? Like, that would be horrible. Okay, anyway, on we go. Edward. Never before have I heard of Dynamis. That's because you play 14. Pash, I was... that is an awkward phrase to walk in on. I was talking about, like, if in the multiple branches of the theories that I have out so far, if this is all Fandaniel's fault, wouldn't it be fucked up if he went, like, full Metal Alchemist? And you remember that dude who, like, transmuted his daughter and dog together to, like, try to fake out the people? I forget what the hell that plot was about. I just know that it was, like, a tragic episode. It was like, wouldn't it be terrible if that's the sound? He just, like, transmuted Meteon into it, and she's all like, Edward. Yeah. The chimera capable of human speech, because the bird thing didn't work out. The guy with the bird thing didn't work out either, yeah. I've started Full Metal Alchemist about 4 times, and I think the farthest I've made it in is about 10 episodes. For some reason, I can't get hooked. Oh, cool. Look at him completing the list. Aegiorm, champion of enlightenment. Oops. Pastorat, preserver of discipline and order. Oh, I guess his absence from the story makes sense. Ultima as advocate of the arts. I wonder what we can do with that if we wanted to link her to Ultima. I wonder how many people skipped that optional dialogue. Actually, let's do the nevermind. Oh, that was it, wasn't it? Charybdis! Oh, flashbacks. Freaking joyous. Squiggly. I don't know. Something tells me these things are going to be just fine. More narrative irony. He doesn't like the idea of anything dying. Oh no. So they're just gonna leave it to me to trick Emmett Silk into training this thing. Also, I just like the casual throwing in conversation that he can fly. Rockle, how did you feel about this part?
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, hello, Val.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
I am in the ASEAN anime high school alternate universe arc of this story.
You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I'd say that whole, like, that his only purpose is to make sure that they all, like, make their contributions to the star and return to it together. That's, like, I think that all fits with the Zem finds the impossible third path thing. Bring everyone together, honor the legacy of the ancients. They go away, we stay. Inherit our beautifully broken world. Blah, blah, blah. No good versus evil. We'll see. Wave. Hermes seems to be saying a lot of stuff that just kind of throws Emmett Selk under the bus, especially that, like, these entities are already here. We'll do everything we can to give them a chance to survive. It's like been my stance on the Sundered the entire time. Your world fell. We're here. Also, Emmett Selk being so, like, grumpy and threatening and throwing lots of taunting and jeers in my direction. It takes an entirely different tone in my head knowing that I could lean in and just go, "You want to know how you die?" Gotta respect the Warrior Light for all the stuff he chooses not to say. "12 Wonders." Odd number to find here. That side quest o'clock. Yeah, Hermes' job sounds kind of hard. Like it's ever since we got here, it's been like, this specimen has escaped. This specimen's eating the other specimen. This specimen is not thriving. It's like being the keeper of the world's most needy zoo. Let's see here. I get them out of here. Over the bridge. There we go. Yeah, now we can do our stuff here without being too distracted. Really like this zone. I bet it's really nice when you can fly. Is this any of y'all's like first MMO? In 11, which is my first real MMO technically. Like I dabbled but not really played anything else. In 11, I always felt like so accomplished and excited when I got to a new area. I'm trying to talk. I always felt so like accomplished and excited when I got to a new area because it was just like, oh, other players get to be here and now I get to be here. And I find that that's really absent for me in 14, and I don't know if it's because like this is my second MMO and I understand how it works now, or if it's because everything in 11 was so much harder to get to. It's like, for people who this is their first MMO, do you still have that like excitement and wonder where you get to a new place you're allowed to be? I think the one I remember the most vividly is the fields outside of Tabnesia. Oh wow, you feel it even though this is like way not your first MMO. What city was I in 11? I was Santoria. Sandy Pride. I always forget that part of the story when it comes to my 14 city. I joked that's why I couldn't stay in Gridania. I already did the xenophobic elf city. It's time for a change. The Sandoria song is like a phenom. Like you hear it and it's just like this grating bagpipe sound for the first 20 hours or so. And After that, it becomes like a mark of pride, like blast them bagpipes. How would I describe 11's story to a 14 player? I would caution that this is probably inaccurate, because we're also going from the perspective of my memory at the age I am now. And then the memories were formed when I was a different age and was reading it in a different way. But I would say it was very comfortable with the fact that it was very high fantasy and that not everything needed to be intricate or deep or believable. Like, there are scenes where they just ask the bad guy, like, why? Why did you do it? And he's just like, 'cause I don't like you. So it's some of it's very upfront, and it's just basic high fantasy. It's a little closer to the D&D era kind of explanations and storytelling, but at the same time, there's like a lot of really interesting concepts, and the way they're cobbled together is still really good. So it's, in some ways, it's like old school Final Fantasy compared to this one, and in some ways, it's like new school Final Fantasy compared to this one. It definitely was not as complex. Like, it was straight up front in your face. But at the same time, I think it was also complicated enough that it didn't get archived very well, and a lot of people don't understand it very well. And that was actually part of my motivation to get into 14 lore in the first place, is I felt like I had a really scattered understanding of 11, and I tried to look information up about it, and it was just very poorly archived, and all the wiki pages were kind of full of filling things in with fanon and guesswork and presented as fact. Like, there were things I could see that were like, that's not right. And it felt a little tragic to me, because it's so hard to get data about 11 sometimes. All of the text is encoded directly into the map file. So, like, it's all of the text that ever takes place in the zone stacked on top of each other. So it's really hard to even read the text if you can get into that. And then, in order to rewatch a cutscene, you have to go to the zone that it took place in, so you have to remember the order of the zones and then go all the way out there. And 11 is very travel intensive, and the overworld is very dangerous. So even just getting to the damn cutscenes can be a problem. It's a very, very difficult game to remember and archive. And I think with all the changes that have gone over the past few years, I think it's become a much more accessible and friendly game. They've taken a lot of ideas from 14 that worked well. Yeah, and if you die, you lose experience. And I just feel like it all lended itself to 11's story being lost to time. And I know that there is a way, if you were really tech savvy, that you could create a text extractor that would extract text from the map based on the script files of who to talk to who, when, and how that works. You could totally, if you had a lot of know-how, create a text extractor for 11 that would follow the script of the quests, and you could put it all back together. But that would require someone who gave a shit. And I have not found one of those yet. But if I did, I'd be glad to loremonger 11 the same degree that I do 14. I'd go back and do it if I could. If it was easy, if it wouldn't eat up all my time. Because I find it tragic that we've lost so much of that story. And that was just part of why I got into the 14 lore, was I thought, wouldn't it be great if when the servers go dark, we knew the correct way to interpret everything, we had archived it all, like, we knew the text quest, or we knew the text data, and we knew what everything meant, and we had a coherent outline, and we could tell it to people. Like, wouldn't that be nice? Because if they shut off the servers to 11 tomorrow, I'm not sure I could give you a rundown of the story ever again. Yeah, we'll be able to tell people who Thal Icebound is. But, like, the real shame of it is that 11 was very polished. Like, it had some of the best world setting in the franchise. I mean, look at all the mobs that we've stolen from that game, because the monster design was just so strong, and the character design, the gear design, the city design, the field design, the music, it was all very high quality stuff, even if the story was deliberately simple high fantasy stuff most of the time. So I think it's tragic that we can't easily go back and compile the story yet, as far as I know. Rockle, you remember more than I do. Is that an accurate interpretation of what the Shadow Lord said? Like, why did you become the Shadow Lord? 'Cause y'all suck. That was before they went back and tied it all to Odin, I think. Yeah, yeah, they go back and flesh it out way more. This is the Odin stuff, right? Or did they flesh it out even more than that? Politics of Bastok, racial tension. That's, I mean, I kind of read that into his explanation anyway, so that's good. Shadow Lord was one of the coolest designs. That was a really good one. There were a lot of fights in 11 that I really felt like I was in the middle of a threatening fantasy battle. Shadow Lord was one of them. Alexander was one of them. Unfortunately, my 11 account is a mess. It would be easier to start over than try to fix it. An aquatic mollusk capable of storing ether in its shell. How capriciously history unfolds that we get from here to one attacking me in a cave because Carvalane bought it on a whim. 3 left, but 1 may be a chain. Okay. Emmett Silk really kind of oversold them on the emotions and behaviors that they were above. Because here I am doing side quests and they feel exactly like the ones I did back home. This dude's all like pompous and offended that they don't like his berries. This dude needs me to go invite someone else to dinner for him. This dude's late for dinner because he's a procrastinator. All right, now we don't want to do this one yet. We want to do that one. I'm going to turn this one in though. Rockle, I can confirm that you are in my instance. I like how random healing spells are your version of a wave or salute. We're like Urianger in 1.0. Sucker to the masses. Bird of Paradise, that was another mob we struggled to fully classify beyond just like abnormally gifted cloudkin. I was about to marvel that the Gubu that is most like it was in the world of the ancients is in fact in the possession of the sylphs, which is kind of silly because they do everything kind of sideways. But I think they probably just needed it to be one that I could ride, and the other one has an oriental carpet on it. Just like maybe the one without the rock. Level 89. I've traveled back to the time of the ancients, standing around with all these unsundered people in the Garden of Eden where they test all their creations. They're still making me do quests where I have to have a Gubu sneeze on stuff. Truly, some things never change. Little comforts of home. Alright. Blue quest. Oh, we're going on a tour. Yeah, it's the impression I'm getting out of it too, Pash, that MSLK overstated how different these people were. Going by what I've seen, it might be for the best that we can't handle ether in the same way. Another quest where they disappear if I run too far away from them on my chocobo. No autopilot allowed. I think it's one of those things that lends itself to interpretation a bit, because like it's not that I don't see the philosophy, dedication to art, valuing society, and all that kind of stuff. I totally do see that. But like the joke that sticks in my head is like, how close to utopia can you be if like most of your society is the DMV? So like they're still very human with a lot of bureaucracy and ways to go in terms of how they like interact with each other and stuff. They're all like they're human. They're very human, like you said. So I think it like goes a long way to highlight that capacity for manipulating Aether changes how we relate to our environment, but doesn't change much about who we are. And I think like I automatically take positions like that, like the kind of carefree shit posting, because there's a part of me that just doesn't think the message Naoki Yoshida is going to want me to take from this game in the end is, yeah, it would be better if we all died. We are weak and worthless. We should go back to how we were before. That just doesn't feel like the vibe he's going to give me for the world that I love and fought for and who I am. So I just kind of adopt observations that support support thinking highly of the Sundered as highly as I can, like seeing what we have to offer. Because I think the short, difficult lives that we live encourage us to relate to our environment in a different way that perhaps has some pros for the cons compared to what things were like back then. When you say you weren't expecting that scene with the general, which one are you talking about? The Guardian guy? Quintus? When he shoots himself? Yeah. If you look at the video during that scene, you can see that I'm like holding back because I really wanted to see where that scene went before I cracked the joke, because I knew that a lot of people would take the joke in a different way than I meant it. But I almost went, yeah, see? They're not Nazi analogs at all. He just shot himself in the head in an underground bunker as soon as the Allies reached the fatherland. But I know that they're not a Nazi parallel. It made me laugh a lot. And you can tell in the video I'm trying not to do it until I know the full context of the scene. Because people have fought over it for 10 freaking years. And my position has always been that, like, it's an empire of millions of people. They can't all suck. House Galvis has some problems. It turns out by design. But, like, millions of people can't all suck. So even if it did turn out that they were the antagonist-coded evil empire trope-fulfilling culture of this game, even if that did turn out to be hardline true, it still wouldn't be the case that they all suck. Because on a world where the entire point of fighting for the world is that everyone has the capacity for good and to do good things, and we all want to be social creatures that contribute to society, all the millions of people in an empire can't suck. It's just not going to happen. But yeah, that joke was very hard not to make in the moment. Do we know how long it's been from the Sundering? I believe it's like roughly 12,000 years since... Is it 12,000 years since the Sundering and 10,000 years since the first Umbral Era? I think that was the rough approximate we were given. I feel like we saw a reference to 12,000 yesterday, didn't we? So I want to say 12 for that, but I don't want to say 10 for the first Umbral Era, because I'm pretty sure that was just Yoshida talking off the cuff in a FanFest thing. I'm not sure if it's like dead on accurate. Yeah, you're right. I think it might have been the cinnamon buns. I would say yes to both of those, that the races came into being pretty dang quick, probably. And I did think that the Bun arc dragged on, but I thought that it dragged on purpose. Like, I thought they were deliberately trying to delay me. So I did like all the side quests to really immerse myself in feeling delayed by them. I just find races that are like childlike in their simplicity very entertaining. So the Mughals, the Namazu, and now the Cinnamon Buns. Agreed, Dino. I saw it as an emotional reset between what seemed to be two arcs. One where they cleaned up, or one where they subverted all of our expectations and just swept them off the board, and then let us have a few minutes to cope with that, especially because like, going from Zodiark being the big bad, allegedly, to Fandaniel's dead, Zodiark's dead, the moon is a giant spaceship piloted by rabbits. Like, you need a few minutes to sit with that. That was interesting. The researcher was talking about unorthodox research being done. They're doing creation magics, breeding specimens in hope of creating new things, and that it's imprecise and uncertain, and she doesn't like it. And we suggest that maybe like serendipitous things could happen if you just kind of trust the process a bit, like unexpected results. And for an ancient, it's kind of surprising to me that that would be a novel idea to them. I mean, I guess not in a way, since they live forever and think they know better and are the world's stewards and everything. But as people in my discords like to say a lot, science isn't a series of eureka, it's a series of, hey, that's weird. Like most of our biggest discoveries have been at least started as observations of like, wait, what the crap, from a lab accident or something. Lost sight of the true scientific method. Fuck around and find out. The little bells in the background are giving me near vibes. It's confusing my brain. Later, evil. Yeah, and I'll say again, like we got started really late today because we all were hanging out watching the Game Awards. So if y'all got work and families and sleep, please do that. The VOD will be there. Do not make poor decisions on account of old Moose. Speaking as a recently former graduate student who spent many a night looking at the clock and going, oh, why did I convince myself 1 more hour was okay? 2 hours ago. The beginning of the stream was much like this. We just did side quests. Yeah, my plan for the next couple of days is to just go hard on the MSQ. So I apologize if anybody who is following along very closely misses anything. Recycling words I always have mixed feelings on. I like when they create kind of a running theme from game to game. Like you just kind of get an idea of this word kind of vibes with this idea. But I do respect that there's only like 500 cool words. So if you need to keep coming up with cool words, it's gonna, like, you're gonna have a hard time. I like when they thoughtfully reuse them. All of the names are a little weird. Even the word Eorzea is, like, the root of it is a very old way to say Earth. Which you'd think that would be the one for the planet, wouldn't you? Yeah, Roggle. Yeah, same Dino. I think it's just ether with a place name modifier on the end for now. I don't know. I might change my mind on that later, but that's what it seems like at like first blush. Oh, hello again, Aqua. How are you today? Got to the final area. That is all. I have no idea how far I am away from that. I am really enjoying Elpis so far. A lot more than I thought I would. Like they found a way to balance the ASEAN alternate universe anime high school thing with kind of explaining a lot of the mobs that have been weird in the past and making it clear that we're not so different from them, and they seem to be just killing a lot of birds with this one stone, this one very awkward stone in the moment. Like, the fun thing about the Ramdell Codex is that it was built to be wrong. They knew going in that it would never be good enough to capture all the mobs in the game. To the point that a lot of mobs in the game are deliberately misclassified. They're like shoehorned into the system on purpose. So I've always loved playing with the Ramdell Codex. Yeah, you're right. My title should be Endwalker Side Quest. In my defense, the side quests are very good for immersing yourself in the current context of the main scenario. I've said it a few times, but like there have been times that I go back early on. Like this was, I think, Heavensward was the last time I ever let it happen. Or I've gone back to do quests telling myself, I'll do them on another job. And I got there and I was really unhappy to be doing them. And I couldn't remember why I was doing them. And they felt like petty errands. But when you do them in the moment, it does feel like it ties into why you're there. Like at that point in the story. So I feel like I delayed that immersion and just lost it. I lost the context. So I figure if I can hold the MSQ hostage from myself, I won't begrudge the quests as much as if I left them for later. Man, they invented glyphs. I mean, I feel like that one's actually kind of obvious. Oh, come on. Tell me La Habrea invented the ponies. 12 wonders of the wellspring of the weather. Ah, the 12 associated with elements, you say? No, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. Oh, mini etherite, broken etherite. I shouldn't even be looking around. It looks like there's enough people here to give me side quests. It's probably gonna happen. Is it different when you're a Lalafell? I was wondering that. That's awesome. Wait, that way. Oh, there's that near like section of the song that drags my mind away again. Man, Soken just ups his game every time. Man is a musical warrior of a light. Northeast, that's still here. Wait, 200 yalms to the north? No, that's not still here. Never mind. Five to go. Oh, well, more. Oh man, did we never get a Wamura mount? I feel like they're also giving me some time to process here, because I mean, it was a lot to see Elidibus again and then realize that we were ending up here. But like the first thing we saw when we walked in was Vana and Doggo, goodest boy, and they haven't come back to that at all. I'm pretty sure like this is the 86, 87. There's probably gonna be a dungeon here somewhere too. Ithlodius is Emmett's emotional support interaction buffer. Are we going today, Star Twin? This lore compliant. This junk monger. Oh, hello, Pimpy. Oh, I left her. Oh, I did it again. Did I? Wait, did I do it again? I think I did it again. Where'd she go? Where'd you go? Yeah, I did it again. There we go. I'm telling you, it's a Pavlov's dog thing. I hear that little bell that says quest progress, and like this little impulse in my brain just goes, get on the bird. Get on the bird. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Walk. No bird. Roselets. Roselets were the first ever mob that got me into doing Rhymedale stuff. Because I was able to identify the names of the blue ones versus the red ones. And then I started seeing that they were like that in all the mobs, and I was like, oh my god, we have to do this. No, wait, no, get on the bird. So I started like looking for the genus and species of all of the mobs, and then an addiction was born. And yeah, the music in every place is something else, but the ones here are just very, very peaceful. The one with the bells is getting me every time. And Ochu. Man, they really did invent everything, didn't they? I got on the bird again. I got on the cloud, technically, here. You know what we haven't seen in a while? A hedge mole. Those used to be everywhere in 1.0 and 2.0. Yeah, this song. Please let me pick the anxiety flower. I lost mine. That's what the plot's gonna have me do right now. This is gonna have me like meta canon bridge my anxiety to Fan Daniels, so I relate to my antagonist. Very clever. Uh-oh, side quests. Only 3. With a possible chain. Yeah, Romano has a good point. It's never only 3. You name it, I've been punched by it. At least my my MSQ task right now is to talk to the girl. She's not gonna follow me around. Doesn't matter if I leave her behind in my cloud. Wait, what? Really just like throw it at it like AoE? Yeah. Wait, what? Oh. So just don't target it, maybe. There we go. Now I can talk to him. Oh boy. Down to 2. Down to 2. Gorillos. Crows take that little sod. It's a good one. I'm gonna adopt that one if I can remember it. This guy has petty concerns with the words of Hell Merit about ambulatory plants. The side quest involves allowing an ancient to transform you into a mandragora, so hopefully you can understand the other creation. Which you can't. If anything, you understand it even less than you did before. They invented Gallicat. But I thought that they were clearly just cats with magic harnesses. Alright, Hippotho. Tell me about the Gallicat. Highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they will sound the alarm, by which I mean mewl loudly. Wait a minute. This unique group of species, like, is this the freaking Sea of Clouds? Is this what became the Sea of Clouds? Like, this is everything that we see there today. Are we gonna find the friggin' Mughals? Yeah, because they're all... Maybe they weren't raised at a Kurthus after all. Yeah, Elizabeth did say that. I'm gonna keep it at the back of my mind, but I don't like clinging to careless speculation. Just like making a little flowchart of probabilities in my head and figuring out what I can. Or in the wise words of Yashtola, I shall refrain from further speculation until such time as I have evidence. Yashtola for lore forum mascot. Moment of truth. Do I get to continue with the MSQ without it being a chain? Ah, boil my carrots. Not gonna lie though, if I gotta do a chain, doing it with the inventor of the Gaelic cat, worth it. Man, I can only imagine how many side quests there must be in this place. Rockle says, I'm still here. So yes, that sounds like quite a few. Yeah, same. I mean, that's the risk I think we take when we like work full time in this kind of field. Every now and then you have to do something against your core spirit and essence to further your career and do what you gotta do. I actually don't know much about the project that this is currently working on, do you? He was able to focus on 14 alone for a lot longer than I thought he would be able to. It sounded like he would kind of go wherever he could make progress with building kind of his brand and skills and what he had to do to turn it into a full-fledged career. So I was a little worried he'd move on from 14 quicker than he did. And I imagine he'll still come back for it when he can. So yeah, I just hope he doesn't get too spoiled by the time he has the opportunity. Oh, I didn't realize he was that out of context. out of contact. Is he like buried in the project, or did he just kind of move on? I mean, I got pretty quiet when I got buried under grad school, but not moving on. Feeling kind of like he's moved on. I mean, he should be where his passion is currently anyway. Like either passion or responsibility. It's got to be one of the two. If you're a content creator and you're making stuff that you don't have the right amount of time or passion for, it's gonna show.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Salk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man.
That first sentence made me nervous, but the second half was a little better.
Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Don't embrace it too much now. I don't want to be to blame for all this.
Indeed.
You don't mind?
Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Sisters?
Aye, sisters.
Uh-oh.
She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Don't know what to make of some of that. A lot of what he says makes me very nervous, but nothing more so than the fact that he's already sent a bunch of sisters out there. Oh, more side quests. That he's already sent a bunch of sisters out there. Especially because, like, keep in mind that I might be like an archivist and precedent person and not want to jump the guns on a lot of theories after I've been kind of playing and digesting for a bit, but in the moment, I'm just as batshit crazy as everybody else. I'm just as ancient aliens as anybody else. So after every cutscene like that, I'm super nervous. Because, I mean, he's doing a really good job of, like, being sensitive and caring on one hand, and, like, just north of angry and vengeful on the other hand, or just, like, one sufficiently bad day away from going down the wrong road. And I kind of like that as a villain. My two favorite villains are like you with different values in competition for mutually exclusive resources, or you on your worst fucking day. And he seems like a good you on your worst day villain. And when he just like looks at her with the wings on the side of her head and says sisters, I'm like, what does Ultima look like again? Where'd she come from again? Fuck. So I'm already nervous. But in like that crazy, let's not, let's hold our chocobos kind of way. I'm glad they've done like such a thorough job. Falling over my own words here. Such a thorough job trouncing my original theory that it was as simple that he just worshipped Zodiark and wanted to destroy everything to create a world worthy of him. I'm glad we've gotten so far away from that, because it seemed like such the obvious solution, but you have to start there. You have to start with the obvious. Because usually challenging the obvious is what's going to lead you down the path to alternative explanations. But everything came so out of left field in the 11th chapter in a way that I don't know how useful anything I've speculated on actually is. But let's say it all went down the Hermes planned this from the start route. I would really hate for that conversation I had with him to have been the thing that, like, put it all in motion. Yeah, you're right. There is a lot of suffering out there. Let's... And, transmute my star twin into the sound. Don't do it, bro. But in terms of building empathy with the antagonist, despite him being a total murder clown at the start, they're doing that bad. Beavers. I believe that Hermes' voice is a much calmer version of the same voice actor as the one that was fading in over Asahi's voice. I think it's the same actor doing a different, like a different tone from his real. Ooh, aisle designer. Do you even have any money? I would like to check to be sure, but something in my, like, I'm usually pretty good with voices, but I'm easy to trick if it's the same, or if the two voice actors have the same accent as each other and it's not the accent that I speak in, There is a good chance it'll fool me. But usually I'm pretty good with voices, and to me it does sound like Hermes is using, like, have you ever heard like a demo reel from a voice actor where they do like 4 or 5 voices that are different ages and tones and that kind of thing, like different voices? It sounds like the Amon, Fandaniel, and Hermes do have the same dude doing them, I think. But I have been known to be wrong. Frequently, in fact. I think once we get to the credits someday, we'll keep an eye out for that and see who it is and look him up and send a shout out on Twitter. You are convincing enough to inspire a debate. You have learned the odiferous origin of marbles. I like that there are researchers here who are just like, why would they make that? Oh, that thing's creepy. You've learned disturbing fact. Dude, you are like the Calcabrina of flying fish. I believe that to be a new model, yes. But my my memory banks for late 2018 onwards are not great. Old model? Tempest? Yeah, see? After 2018, unreliable. See what I get for spending all that time on grad school instead of 14? Wasted my life. Confirmed. No more codex, or yeah, no Rhymedel Codex Alsace anymore. Rhymedel Codex Rockle. Rockless. Rhymedel Codex Rockless. Rockdel Codex. this place. Nope, I can't still fly, or I still can't fly. I'm just doing a side quest. I have not watched Steins Gate. Is that question a recommendation? I am always looking for new white noise to have on the background. I can't function without sound on, so I watch a lot of everything. And I'm always looking for an excuse to praise something for time travel with how much shit I give it and everything else. I can remember a lot of the time travel that I think was done well because of how much of it I think is done poorly. God, I'm almost level 90. What am I gonna level after this? I didn't level many things to 80. I could do Gunbreaker. Dancer. Gunbreaker, Dancer, that's pretty much it. Hello. Can't believe that was an option. I feel like I started watching Dark, but I don't know if I finished it. I don't think I finished it. I can't remember. There's like 3 or 4 of them that are all a little similar. trying to remember the one that I got the most into. I think it was Black Spot. I did not finish Dark. Throw that one on the list too. Good luck. I will be happy if I finish this game by Sunday. Hello, Boo. Leek's been having trouble? I know a couple people have been having trouble. Where's Leek at? I have a friend who's pretty upset that between the Qs and the DCs, she's only at like 83. Congrats, Nin. Let's go put a damper on his mood. Restricted purpose hazardous life form. Did we see what this thing actually looks like yet? I think it'd be funny if we got there and it's something that's like everywhere. Oh, no. He's... Awesome. Fire Fenrir. So if these things aren't supposed to exist, I've got some bad news for you about the future. Unless the blue ones are okay. I believe there is a red Fenrir mount. I feel like that model is quite old. Oh, serious business music. Man, no wonder these things ate everything. Good thing elemental affinity is no longer a thing. I'm broiling a fire ether. Oh. Oh.
Now.
A rod of Hermes.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld. May you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing.
That does sound like the same voice
Tell
to me.
me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Yeah, Hermes just whipping out the Caduceus staff. That was cute. And like Deli said, they got it right. The staff of Hermes, aka Caduceus, is often confused with the rod of Asclepius. Asclepius is used on like medical stuff, and it's only got like I think it's what is it, the snake alone crawling up the staff without the wings. If you put the wings on it, it represents something else. If you have two snakes in the wings, and it's like, if I remember right, merchants and thieves are involved in that association. So putting it on American medical stuff by accident has a strange poetic irony to it. But yes, that was the Caduceus on the staff he had. It sounds like Deli might know more about this one than me. Like, I hesitate to say one way or the other because I don't think I remember it terribly accurately. I just like I have a vague memory in the back of my head about the difference between Caduceus and Asclepius and the way that it's misused on American medical stuff pretty frequently. But in terms of weird trivia to carry around with you, that's a good one. You'll get to use that one. But it's also going to start to annoy you when you walk by a place that claims to be medical and you see the Caduceus up. I feel like we're getting maybe halfway done with this zone. Did we hit 80, 87? Yes, 87. We got another level up. 3 to go. Actually, dungeon should be soon. Anybody around here? Neat. I like it. Also really like the symbol. This is nice. Let's set someone back a couple hours probably.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Right then.
Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
It's a street shark.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Crystal
That
Mom's
was
got
too
Tidus's
close.
sword?
Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azen.
It has been a while,
That's cool.
Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Oh, that easy this whole time, huh? Should probably dodge both of these.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, The one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Opinions are kind of running off in different directions. I think it's cool that she talks like a normal person and has a sword and jumps around and is cool, and I mean, she's kind of, again, as like, now that we know, here she's behaving kind of as them-like, just kind of carefree, independent. She really made that time travel leap very, very fast and accepted it very, very quickly. Just like, huh, this must be time travel. Cool. But the way she goes about, like, the way they're describing it strikes me as kind of odd. Because, like, is this special weather? Umbral wind? Is there anything going on here? The way they're talking about time travel right now is like Back to the Future time travel, where the present is very, very special, but only the present for you. The present for everyone else, like the present for someone 100 years from now, that's not special. The present from someone 200 years from now, that's not special. The present from where we're from, special, because it's us. The present from where we are now, special, because we're here. But like, if we haven't left the dimension or invoked the rift or anything like that, there shouldn't be anything inherently present about or inherently special about the present because all times are the present since we're here and there simultaneously. So I'm willing to embrace the idea that they're just ignorant right now. But I would be very nervous if that's how the writers saw time travel, because that's like philosophically unsound, especially given Alexander, because again, we're in the same dimension. So yes, we are going to continue on, but first I think I would like to take a stretch break to refresh and get another drink and just not feel this weird little pain in my lower back. So I'm going to take like 2-3 minutes and I will see you then. Okay, back. And I will accept that point, Aqua. She did sense something amiss when we first walked in, so maybe we can just blame that for now. I also like that they just introduced her as the past as them, because it gives some kind of loose excuse for why she picked us. I was gunning for the idea that if Azem was known for making the impossible possible and bringing people together, blazing impossible third paths that bring people together, then it would be interesting if this was Vanna's concession. Like, she'd already lost 5 times or 7 times, and she was just like, "Oh, I've lost. To hell with it. Azem was good at this. Azem, go." This is not what I expected, and I'm interested to hear how it all kind of comes together with Azem trying to allegedly remain neutral. Yeah, instead we find out it's just ancient nepotism. Just even on a basic philosophical level, if I changed anything about the past, I change way too much through chaos theory and the butterfly effect for me to even be here. But let's just go. Let's just take it for granted and go. Yeah, the first thing I did was kill butterflies. Everything is screwed. It's raining again. This is exactly why I don't like time travel. So I'm curious to know whether it's just the NPCs are ignorant or the writers are really doing like a full Back to the Future level style. We don't give a shit about the implications of time travel. It took me a long time to accept Shadowbringers too, because I hate the idea of the infinite multiverse. Like, why is the dimension you're from even special then? But if we can use the inner dimension or the rift to say like that is the infinite multiverse unmanifest, that there aren't infinite multiverses out there, they're just multiple universes possible, and they're all kind of unmanifested in that swirling chaos, I can get behind it, because then we just have our Y-shaped timeline to work with. This all would have been much cleaner if we just shoved Catboy back in the tower, though. Create a grandfather paradox with his memories. The 8th never happened. We just had to believe it did for everything to play out how it should have. Time had been changed all along, but we need to live it out subjectively from the 3-dimensional perspective. Letting it go. Letting it go. Gonna accept the rift. But this I have questions. TLDR, I'm a picky bitch. It's really what it comes down to. Don't take me too seriously. Fuck yeah, Coral Regina. Oh no, get away. No, I didn't mean it. Not that kind of ooh. I want to fight right now. You're only level 87. I could probably take you. But the Coral Regina made me happy because they referred to the horns as elk-like, which means that there may be moose in this world somewhere. Can't compare me to something that can't compare her to something that doesn't exist, right? Though of all the things you can turn Coral Regina horns in for, just wearing them as a hat. Like, I want to put a headband on them. And honestly, like, even as I'm ranting about it, I'm reminded of the fact, like, the core #1 thing that makes me so picky about time travel in 14 is not that I'm picky about time travel in general. It's that Alexander was our first time travel story, and it was good. Like, it took a nuanced take on all of that stuff. It was good. So it's like the frustration comes from the fact that I am picky about time travel, but they've already shown me they can do it. Like, I'm curious if Alexander hadn't been really good at considering the multiple moving pieces from multiple points in time at once, if it had already sucked at that, would I even care? Because then the frustration just becomes like, 14 has been such a intelligent and detail-oriented thing that I think anything that dilutes said intelligence would annoy me on the surface. Like, it's their call. They can do whatever they want. But I will be surface-level salty sometimes. They have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he's bit down on a sour grape. God, I love all these grape references, especially as someone who's got like jet black and great purple clothes all the time. I feel very in character. I feel I'm vibing. Yeah, in Shadowbringers, the people that accomplished the mission that they set out to were actually surprised by their own outcome. They were accepting an Alexander-like thing to happen. And even Graha is just like, huh, I still exist. Weird. And I thought for sure that we were going to take his blood memories and plug them into the sleepy cat in the tower, and then, I mean, it would fix everything in a way. But I don't have to worry about it anymore, because I can just blame the rift. I do not mind blaming the rift. The rest of it was so high quality that I can just give them the MacGuffin. That's really all I need. Like, I need a hand wave, a lampshade, an excuse. Just show me you know that it's a thing. Funny enough, that is not the first time I've heard Graha compared to Trunks. Uh-oh. Tell me more, Malaya Grass. Well, tell me these ones' name. I'm coming back. You better have a side quest. Guessing they're not shards of Nafika, though. So Elidibus and Vana both have white robes for the same reason. Fucking awesome. Awesome.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Man, look at Moose just spilling the beans. So we all conspired to end the final days together, apparently. I don't want to be a party to everything that happened in the middle.
Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Thousand again.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
I like both of these equally, so I'm going to give you the chance to explain.
I see. Then for now, it might be best that we follow your lead and investigate he who will become Vandaniel. And if Dynamis is the selfsame energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, we would do well to learn more about it. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
And then you sit down for tea with Heidelin, where she says she must have had a good reason for what she did, and Emmett Selk says all the things he did were stupid. No one would have believed this. You could have released the entire outline for this story ahead of time, and no one would have believed you. Really big fan of the piano version of Answers there. It sounds like our 2 Xanarkand. Like I want that. I want a longer version of that. No side quests. To answer your question, Rockle, no, I am not eating string cheese. At the risk of seeming out of touch and unrelatable with my classy food, I am eating a stick of beef jerky wrapped in a mission flour tortilla. I call it a jerkito. Oh, there's all the side quests. Well, when we already knew that it had been 12,000 years, so when he said he'd lived 1,000 of our lifetimes, I'm like, no, you drama queen, it has not. But I was like, leaving open the benefit of the doubt that he was counting all of the years prior to this to the sundering as his experience, even though it didn't really like grammatically fit. And now we can see now he's just kind of a drama queen about it. Which is his right and privilege. I just like that. It has not been 1,000. It's been 12. Ciao. I love it though. I'm gonna go back through these videos and try to find a way to explain the entire plot in 5 minutes with just only the bare bones plot lines. Like, and then Fantaniel dies and Xenos, or Fantaniel dies and Zodiac dies and Xenos realizes you're not in the mood, so he leaves you alone, and you find out that the planet is a spaceship piloted by bunny rabbits. Blah, 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 blah. And then you sit down for tea with Heidelin. And it turns out she was a Zem, and... Because they're just... You could have leaked a video of Naoki Yoshida reading the plot, and no one would have believed it. All that time we spent thinking about it, too. Ooh. Can't believe Emmett called himself a megalomaniacal madman with a stupid plan. Oh. But it's not a stupid plan if he wanted his friend Azem to win against his own futile tempering efforts. Man, that was literally a Gridanian side quest. Just escort around someone in a robe while they take measurements of ether. Same, Dino. Like, literally right after that is when I gave up. I decided whatever happens, happens. We're gonna strap in. We're just gonna plow through the story. Whatever happens, happens. Threw my notebook over there, put my books back on the shelf. I did get nervous when I got to the end of the dungeon and Anonymoose was just sitting there like, uh-oh. All my math just shifted. Something's not right. The origin of the Ninki-Nanka. So yeah, it looks like they really did pretty much invent everything. Oh hey, Minotaurs. So like, even some of the stuff we thought the Allagons made, they didn't make. Damn. So which one of you wants to explain the Paisa? I'm fomenting a similar thought at the moment, Dino. I was thinking like, what if Amon brought back some of the stuff he was nostalgic about as chimeras, some of the stuff they unmade. But I couldn't figure out the right timeline for it, like you say. Blaming the memory crystal would be cool. Oh my god. Porpicers. Did you guys see in the last area that Treants used to have way cleaner haircuts? Look like they've gone a little astray over the years. Somebody please confirm that La Habrea made the horses. There are horses everywhere. Please just blame him. Oh yes, elemental quests. Tell me about the elementals. No, don't send me away from you. No. Are you... Wait, are you a stone hedge mole? A stone mole? No shit. Asking you shall receive. It's been too long since we saw a mole. Approved. Eventually it's going to consolidate all of that stone into spines. They're gonna call it a hedge mole. And I'm gonna need one to level up my weaver in 1.0, but I can't get them because the hedge moles don't exist. I'm really mad about it. Freaking crafting mat imbalance. 10-year-old bitterness. I love that there's an entire profession for coming up with names of the things people and the animals other people invented. One left and then more MSQ. We have to check for cards. Oh, hey. My old white arc friend. Cyclops too? They did. They pretty much came up with everything on their own. Even some stuff I thought that like was previously blamed on Analog. More than halfway through the zone. Uh-oh. And then instead of telling you to hear, feel, think, she becomes your partner on a noir investigation. Based on the focus of the questions that we're asking, I've concluded that this is going to be sad. Man. Warrior of Light and Vana, buddy cop movie. A zem and a zem. A Greek tragedy. Yeah. Imagine if, like, you knew in advance this is what understanding Endwalker was going to come down to. Like, you just saw this box, Vana, talking about the final days as Dynamis and Entelekes. He's just like, why? Nothing we spent all that time thinking about mattered. Nothing we thought was important is important. Wait, did she just walk off that way? And the quest marker appeared over that way? Meet me to the west, walks away east. Of course. Well, proof they're not void sent, eh? This is all very ominous in like a calm, it's on the horizon kind of way. I'm a huge fan of how 14 does retcons. Love addition retcons. Hate subtraction retcons. And I've come to understand that a lot of the reason that a lot of mediums don't really live up to it is just they're under an extreme time crunch. Like I've heard stories from a lot of video games that I've enjoyed in the past, and they were like, yeah, they made us write the story in a week. I'm gonna wait until the end before I go feeling vindicated about anything, but Crystal Mom loves you and tried her best is one of the 4 things I'm allowed to take a victory lap on if they turn out to be true. Oh. I'm realizing that my Greek really sucks. Like, the thalassi is the only word I've recognized so far. Like thalassocratic, like limsa limensa, of or relating to the sea. I have to take some time one of these days and break down all these words. Wait, what is that? Must be how to get back up here. I believe you would be correct there, Dino. I think. So for how many people were like anti-Heidelin and saw her in a really bad light, I'm curious how many of them felt very salty about having to do like a buddy cop police investigation with her as your ally.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
And future you is gonna have awareness of past use, awareness of future use. Did we just tell her about Orshfont? Is that what that was?
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
Here, feel.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Love you too, Crystal Mom. More side quests. As we hit 5 hours of video and 6 a.m. Eastern time, I feel obligated to ask, is this a good place to, like, cut the 87 content? And we can pick back up tomorrow, where I feel less guilty about anybody being awake with me. Yeah, late night gang. There's a cutscene ahead? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do the side quests anyway. Trying to, like, the only hesitation I have is, like, if I only do like 5-hour bursts between here and Sunday, do I have enough time to finish everything? But at the same time, it's like I can do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday hardcore much easier than I could do a Thursday night into a Friday night. Keeping everything keeping all the plates spinning. So I think this might be a good place to call it for today. And we can reconvene tomorrow and see how far we get. But man, that was a day. Yeah. That was a lot. I mean, thinking back to where we've come over the past few hours, just Heidelin like diving in with a freaking crystal sword and talking like a normal person. This is all very unexpected. I'm not sure what to make of it. All I know is that Van Daniel may have begun this a lot earlier than we thought. That this may be going towards the, he had this in mind from the start route, the second most likely route on my flowchart here. And I don't know what the connection with the bird girls is, but it feels like it's gonna be sad. I have no idea, like, how many of these things did he make? Like, they just compared him to shooting stars, but like, we've been comparing the look of the final days to shooting stars for a long time, but like, there were so many of them. I don't know if he made that many of them. It was all very strange. So yeah, I'm glad we're just kind of along for the ride instead of trying to figure it out, because we did not. I don't think anybody put together this as their outline that they were guessing. So yeah, they've done a really good job surprising us, and I'm really interested what my opinion of the outcome is going to be. But alas, it is, again, 6 a.m. on a Friday, and I do not want to be too inconsiderate to anyone who may be following along, especially as we've already sat here for about 5 hours together, and I'm very, very grateful that you chose to spend that time with me, and I look forward to hanging out with you tomorrow if possible. If not, there will always be the VOD. So thank you once again for choosing to spend this time with me as I get through the MSQ, and I will see you tomorrow for side quests first and MSQ as we continue on. Don't forget to hydrate, shower, eat, whatever self-care stuff you need to do. It has been a long night, and I will see you then. Have a great one, everybody, and thanks.